Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? Zedek with the raid already. Zedek, welcome. Welcome, Zedekians. How are we doing? How was the stream, Zedek? I was lurking a little bit today. Do it yourself message. That's almost perfect timing. 10 seconds later and it would have been absolutely perfect. That was pretty good, though. How was the stream, Zedek? I was lurking a little bit today, but I didn't have the sound on, so I don't really know what was going on. But Sheepy, Sarge, Dab, Shadows, hello. How are we doing? And also hello to Guitarlin and Chloe as well, who are here already. Guitarlin, it's good to see you again. We were a little worried about you. We didn't see you the last couple of streams, and we were a little concerned. I'm glad you're okay. But yes, welcome everybody. How are we doing? If you are not already following Ziddick, if there was anyone here who, before Ziddick arrived, and you're not already following, go and fix that now. It was good. Still needed mangrove, cherry, pale oak wood, so harvesting those is slightly annoying. I guess there's not really an easy kind of vanilla method to auto farm them, is there? No, absolutely no need to apologize. There's nothing to apologize for, Guitarlin. Anyway, right. We are here. We're playing a little bit of Monifactory. A little bit more technologically advanced than Ziddick's vanilla world. But we have a lot of work to do. And a lot of things with long names to make. Not until, unless you do a TNT tree farm, duping TNT. Is duping TNT banned on the server? I can't remember if it was or not. I don't think I've actually looked at the rules for this season. I guess you could just go out and collect a hell of a lot of sand and make a, It is Elfington Lucky. That's fair. I mean, I'm generally not a huge fan of duping glitches either, so it makes sense. Someone has used most of the sand. I wonder who that could be. Not naming any names. Might rhyme with barge, possibly. Anyway, we've got a lot of stuff to do today. We got at the end of yesterday, we got activated netherite, so we can now request that. I am going to go and request like half a stack and see how long that takes to craft, and hope it doesn't break. That's what we did last stream. Looks innocent. You are anything but innocent, Sarge. We know this. Right, yeah. So we got. We're pretty much in the end game at this point. We have a bunch of this stuff around here done. We've still got all of this to go. What we're working on at the moment is trying to get to the next tier of circuits, which requires a bunch of things, like multi-dimensional CPU chips, which require a whole bunch of things. These are something we actually need to make today. We can get these are easy enough to request. They're just going to take a little bit of time to come in. But each one of these balls does give us 128 of these. But it does take 900 seconds to craft one. So, although it will be a little bit less than that, because it'll be UHV. Oh, actually, do we get up to 12,600 Kelvin? If we get to 12,600 Kelvin, we might get a perfect overclock from that. Orge and NT Ludo City. Yes, yeah, that sounds about right. Hold on. What was the, what do we need for these? Can we get a perfect overclock out of these? 11,000, 13,200. Yeah, we should get a perfect overclock out of them. So they'll be down to only 225 seconds to craft. A little while. But no, the big thing we need to get done today, and that I want to try and get done today, is this stuff. Polyethyl cyanoacrylate pulp. We need this in order to make the polyethyl cyanoacrylate sheets, which we need to make the master circuit boards, which we need for the matter processing units, which we need for making the circuits that we want to make. But this has a very long processing chain, which we're going to go through with EMI. You stay for the raid, you have to do some lurking. Have you signed this open on screen? All right, no worries. Screen 5. Yeah, and here I am struggling along with 2. Bloody hell, Sarge. Enjoy whatever it is you need to go and do, though, Sarge. I appreciate the lurk. All right, so in order to make this, we need distilled water's easy. The dimethyl sulfoxide is not too bad. It's nitrogen dioxide we have, dimethyl sulfide we can make, but this is only a chance. It's only got a 2% chance of being used. So if we run this at UV, for example, that's got a 1.2% chance. It works out at about, it would work out at around about 3.2 millibuckets per recipe. But I think we'd actually be doing it at ZPM. So no, I think ZPM, it works out about 3.2 millibuckets per recipe, roughly. Which is not bad at all. So that's kind of a non-issue. But the ethyl cyanoacrylate is a little bit of a different story. The ethyl cyanoacrylate requires uncracked ethyl cyanoacrylate. We're going to in a cracking machine, either with steam or hydrogen. We're probably going to do steam. It takes slightly longer, but honestly, that's not really an issue. So that is the recipe we're going to be using for that, which means that we need steam. That's easy enough to get. And then uncracked ethyl cyanoacrylate, which we need formaldehyde and ethyl cyanoacrylate. Formaldehyde is easy enough. Not silver dust that's not consumed, and methanol and oxygen. That gives us a bucket of formaldehyde. That's simple enough. And then, actually, let's put that recipe in there as well. And then the ethyl cyanoacrylate requires fluoroantimonic acid, which also is not consumed. You got that script? What for the healing axe, Chloe? GG. Good morning, Quiet. How you doing? I don't think that's the me having. I haven't changed the volume of the music. That's just the. That's literally just the song itself, I think. I don't remember changing the volume of the music. There are certain songs that it really bugs me. They do no normalization whatsoever on the volumes of the tracks, so they're all over the place half the time. Why tracks so variable loudness? Because there's no like normalization on the volumes. So some tracks are the way they're mastered. They get mastered like basically they're just incredibly loud. Other ones not so much. It's really weird. And then I think there's Pretzel, because I run all my music through Pretzel Rocks. I don't think they do anything on their end. They just take the music that's been sent to them and then they just put that out. And then you just play that. So there's nothing I can really do, not easily on my end, certainly. It's something that should be done really by Pretzel. But I imagine they get so many songs in that it'll be an absolute nightmare to try and do it as well. Because a lot of it is just down to how the tracks are mastered. I think I just accidentally skipped a track there as well. It's now just passively regenerating hunger and saturation no matter what. Hey, that seems reasonable to me. Perfectly balanced. But yeah, the music volume is generally considerably lower. But there are just certain tracks that just peak. And I always keep meaning to like kind of dislike those tracks so they don't show up in the playlist. But I always forget. But yeah, like I've not changed. Does the music seem a normal volume now? Quite like the usual volume. Yeah, I didn't change anything with the volume. I just switched tracks. That's it. It's really frustrating, but there's not a lot I can do about it, unfortunately. Although I might not be given that I'm going to be stopping streaming after we finish Monifactory, I might not be paying for Pretzel anymore. Although I am tempted to see if I can keep paying for it for a little bit longer. Just because when I do it, if I do stop paying for it, when I come back to streaming, if I continue using Pretzel, I'll have to pay a lot more than I'm paying now. Anyway, right. Ethyl cyanoacetate. We need to get that with ethanol and fluoroantimonic acid. Fluoroantimonic acid is not consumed. And then cyanoacetic acid dust. So, right, where are we at the minute? Cyanoacetic acid dust. This thing starts to get really annoying at this point. That takes hydrochloric acid and oxygen. We have both of those. And chloroacetic acid dust and sodium cyanide dust. And we get sodium hydroxide dust and chlorine back from that. So sodium cyanide is hydrogen cyanide and sodium hydroxide. I'm assuming the sodium hydroxide we get back from... Oh, geez. Yeah, we get some sodium hydroxide back from one part of this. This means once you start getting complicated recipes like this, it starts to become very difficult to actually keep track of. Why is that showing? What? No, don't resolve hydrochloric acid to that. What the hell? That makes it look even more complicated. Anyway, sodium cyanide. Hydrogen cyanide and sodium hydroxide. The sodium hydroxide I think we can loop with this. I haven't done an actual flowchart for this. But we'll get those. That takes sodium hydroxide and hydrogen cyanide. Hydrogen cyanide is made with platinum dust that isn't consumed, methane, ammonia, and oxygen. So that is that. And then the chloroacetic acid dust is, again, a bit of a pain. Because this needs dichloroacetate in an electrolyzer, which gives us some chlorine back, and chloroacetic acid dust. And the dichloroacetate is made from... I guess we just distill a chloroacetic mixture, and that will give us the trichloroacetate and dichloroacetate. I think that's where we go with that. Because we can also get, I think, dichloroacetate from electrolyzing trichloroacetate. And we'll get some trichloroacetate from here, so we can electrolyze what we get back from that and turn that back into more dichloroacetate. But the chloroacetic mixture we get from acetic anhydride, which doesn't get consumed, and acetic acid and chlorine. Hey, there's our activated netherite. So, yeah, this is welcome to science in Minecraft. Or chemistry in Minecraft, I guess. So that's the steps, basically, that we need to go through for this. So the next thing I need to do is figure out exactly where the hell I'm going to get these from. Like, where the hell I'm actually going to put all this as well, because that's the biggest problem now, is figuring out the space for all of this. Also, while we're doing this, I'm going to start requesting a few more... I knew that was going to be a problem. Okay, why are you needing the tier 6 microminer, and we don't actually have a tier 6 microminer anymore, do we? Because we replaced it with the stabilized one. So which of these recipes is using a tier 6 microminer? The Einsteinium. Any other ones? That will also need... I think that's actually the one that's causing the problem here. Yeah, I think we just need to switch these over to using the stabilized microminers. Which one's this? Tier 6? How's everybody else doing anyway? There we go. Right, that should stop that problem. There we go. Perfect. Okay. How quickly are you running? Too quickly. I've got 208 liquid omnium in there. Oh. Not sure. I'll check on that later. I'm assuming I probably need most of omnium somewhere and all that. That seems fun, though. Stressed out, landlord's coming tomorrow to do something with the ventilation. Kath is sick for the 4th time in a month, so you have to do all the prep. Oh, ouch. That doesn't sound fun. Hopefully Kath gets better quickly as well. And hopefully you manage to get things done with as fewer problems as possible. Right. Where are we going to put this? I guess it is a passive process, so technically a lot of the stuff down here is passive processes, so I guess we put it down in here. That'll work. Now, the next thing is figuring out exactly how this is going to work, and whether we're going to put this on a subnetwork or not. Okay. And also, do we work backwards from the end point, or do we start at the beginning and work forwards? I think we work backwards from the end point, don't we? So there is going to be a whole lot of large chemical reactors here. Okay, so if we put this... How much space are we going to need here? Like, what are we actually going to need in terms of actual machines? So the LCR, so we're going to need an LCR there. The methyl sulfoxide, honestly, we can probably do in single blocks. We don't need a ton of it, so we can probably just do these in single blocks. So yeah, just 2 single block chemical reactors should work just fine for these. It's not going to need to be done stupidly quickly, so I guess ZPM ones. In fact, no, honestly, just keeping these on tier was probably going to be fine. Yeah, so those are just going to be single block chemical reactors. The ethyl cyanoacrylate. We are going to need a cracking unit for this, though. And these are, what, 3x5? That's not too bad. That's just another LCR. Formaldehydes. Again, may as well just do that in a single block. We don't need formaldehyde for anything else, do we? It's pretty much just this, right? Glycolonitrile. Okay. No idea what the hell that is. Yeah, more LCRs. More LCRs. Basically, I'm just trying to work out if there's anything that's going to need more than like a 3 by, kind of a 3 block deep block space. Cyanoacetic. That's fine. More LCRs. Electrolyzer. Given that's only 2.2 seconds, we may as well just do that in a single block as well. Distillation tower is 3x3. That's fine. Yeah, there's nothing that's going to be more than like 3 blocks deep. So if we put these... So if we do our final LCR there... It's starting to feel a little bit laggy now. I said this the other day as well, but... It's definitely starting to feel a little bit laggy now. At least FPS-wise. Okay, so that's going to be where the final output goes. Let me get some signs here. I think I spelled that right. No, I didn't. There you go. So polyethyl cyanoacrylate is going to be made in there. Distilled water we can just import from elsewhere. The dimethyl sulfoxide. We're going to need 2 chemical reactors for this. We only need like a really small amount of this stored though. What can we do with the nitric oxide? Not a lot. Just store it, I guess. Do we have nitric oxide already? No. Okay. Right. Gonna work out where stuff needs to go. So if we're gonna be needing 2 single blocks for the dimethyl sulfides, sorry, the dimethyl sulfoxide. This. Okay, so we could probably just do the 2 single blocks. Like there and there. Then we need the cracking unit, which can go like there. We're definitely going to need both, like, this entire area for making this, I think. So the cracking unit there. We could arguably move those two single blocks over, like directly next to it, and just output directly into there. That could potentially work as well. Anyway, these will be for making the dimethyl sulfoxides. I do wonder how many people we lose from the stream just by the length of the names that are fucking... that we have to go through. Is Minecraft chicken pot pie a good breakfast? I mean, in comparison to eating, like, 17 Big Macs, yes, definitely. And in comparison to eating nothing, then I would probably say yes. So, yeah, it sounds perfect. Distilled water we've got outside anyway. Dimethyl sulfoxide. This will be making the ethyl cyanoacrylates. So I'll be making the ethyl cyanoacrylates. And then the uncracked ethyl cyanoacrylate is going to be done in, again, an LCR. AI also complete functionality. Yeah, I hate most things AI based, honestly. How do we want to do this? We still need to get formaldehyde into here as well. I really wish I'd made a flowchart for this. Would have made life a whole lot easier to keep track of. So we still need to make formaldehyde. Formaldehyde, again, we can do in just a single block. We could probably do the formaldehyde just on there, for example. So we can make the formaldehyde in there. Like, it doesn't need to, like, if we're connecting all of this via applied energistics anyway, it's not going to matter if they're in, like, the correct order or anything like that. But that should be... we should be able to do the formaldehyde in there, since that's just going to be a single block. And then we're going to need somewhere for the ethyl cyanoacetate, which I guess we can do... above here. What's taking the time with the heart, by the way? Is it actually still going? Are you running? You are running. You're getting our first heart. Well, first heart today. So if we then have this doing... I've forgotten already. Uncracked ethyl cyanoacetate. Actually, you know what? I don't think I do want this on top of here. I think I'd prefer to have it over on this side. Like, just so we keep that, like, purely for the final output over there. We might end up moving some of this stuff around. So this is the uncracked ethyl cyanoacrylate. Doesn't fit on. There, uncracked ethyl cyanoacrylate goes in there. Formaldehyde we'll get from over the other side. Then the ethyl cyanoacetate. We need another LCR. Which I guess we can do here. there any other vanilla way of getting a scoot other than trying to force through the night till turtle eggs? Not that I know of. I know so little about the way like vanilla mechanics work though. So there may well be a way to do it, but I have no idea. Anyone else knows? Right, and this is the ethyl cyanoacetate. So I'll make the ethyl cyanoacetate. Ethanol we can import from outside. I'm pretty sure we got ethanol in reasonable quantities. We might need to increase our ethanol storage. Yeah. Let's do that now quickly. Because we will have been voiding a bunch of ethanol. This is one downside to my system, or one thing I would like to be able to improve on with my storage system. And that is being able to tell when storage cells get full. I'm pretty sure it's just turtles or turtle eggs. Well, turtle. I have no idea. I'm gonna kind of reiterate the fact that I have no idea. So I take anything I say here as with a grain of salt. So then we've got. Let's just make a bunch more large chemical reactors. Right, so this is the... That's the ethyl cyanoacetate. With this, we'll have to make a cyanoacetic acid. Am I going to have enough space for all that? I don't even know if we're going to have enough space even with all this. So yes, cyanoacetic acid dust. Will get made in there. Hydrochloric acid and oxygen just come in from outside. Yeah, that is a little bit frustrating. What pack are you playing, Guitar Lilin? Oh, is this Elfie's one? The tech, the Elfie's techless one. Oh, your own. Okay. Could you, if it's your own, would you be able to add in a recipe to get hold of it, like a something that makes sense, I guess, within the context. Do we have space for one more thing here and still have the distillation tower? I think so. Yeah, we can do that, and then because if we sell the distillation tower there, obviously that's... Actually, let's... just make a few of those. Any way to get scoots and vanillas from a baby turtle growing up? Yeah, that's a good point. What do you need the scoop for? What's it even used for in vanilla? I know there's the potion of the turtle master or something along those lines. I'm assuming it's something for mine colonies. Oh yeah, the helmet thing as well. That's right. Wait, do we even have scoot in this? Oh, we do. What does the helmet? Does the helmet give you anything in particular? Or does the helmet do anything? Trading it with villagers for emeralds to put in your EMC project detail. Fair enough. Oh, wait. The helmet gives you water breathing? I never knew that. Cool. Okay. Right, so cyanoacetic acid dust goes in there. So we've got to do the chloroacetic acid dust, which we need an electrolyzer for. That we can do as a single block. So if we... wait, what are we making in the electrolyzer again? The chloroacetic acid dust. Wait, no, that's not right, is it? Oh, yes, it is. Because that's the cyanoacetic ones. Do you have anything else you can trade with villagers? There's the dichloro. So for that, we need dichloroacetate. We'll worry about that afterwards. We'll do the sodium. Look at the sodium cyanide first. Sodium cyanide. Or cyanoacetic acid. So sodium cyanide needs to be done in an LCR. So that's the sodium cyanide dust. For that, we need sodium hydroxide and hydrogen cyanide. Sodium hydroxide we got back from somewhere. Yeah, this we get, so we need... one sodium cyanide. That gives us one sodium hydroxide gives us one sodium cyanide. And then one sodium cyanide gives us the sodium hydroxide back. So we can loop that sodium hydroxide around. That's fine. We don't need to worry about getting hold of that. We just need the hydrogen cyanide now. Which... another LCR. Although, again, we could probably do this in a single block one, but... this stuff's fun. Alright, so... obviously, these are not valid structures. We're just kind of... I'm just trying to plot out where everything goes here. It's not water breathing forever, but yeah. Still pretty good though, I guess. Although, is it really worth it? Like, I feel like water breathing potions would be easier to get hold of. And pot pies might be your new favorite thing at the moment. I feel like you've been eating a lot of them. I'm kind of curious about them now. Like, how much you've mentioned them recently, I'm kind of curious about them. I might have to turn shaders off, chat. Something is really messing with the kind of the FPS. We're down into the 40s. So sodium cyanide. If we do hydrogen cyanide in there. Marie calendars. It doesn't ring a bell. Doesn't necessarily mean that we don't have them, but it doesn't ring a bell. Alright, so that's hydrogen cyanide. That is just the start of a chain there. So the hydrogen cyanide will go from there down into the sodium cyanide, then it'll go across this way. Okay, so the cyanoacetic acid dust is the next bit. Sorry, the chloroacetic acid dust is the next bit. That is going with dichloroacetate in the electrolyzer. The electrolyzer we have over there. Dichloroacetate is being made in the distillation tower. So the dichloroacetate is being made in the distillation tower. That will give us 2 buckets of that will give us 500 millibuckets of dichloroacetate, as well as some trichloroacetate, which we can also put through an electrolyzer to turn into more dichloroacetate. We'll also get small piles of chloroacetic acid dust, which we can combine into more chloroacetic acid dust, but we'll figure that bit out like further down the line. Next thing we're going to do is the chloroacetic mixture, which is just acetic acid and chlorine. I think we have acetic acid. Yeah, we've got like 30,000 buckets of acetic acid, so we should just need one more LCR here for the chloroacetic mixture. And then that should be everything we need. We won't even need all of that. I think I might move this over here though, like so this is back in the corner. What's that making again? That's the ethyl cyanoacrylate, right? And then we can probably put the 2 things down here for formaldehyde. And what was the other one? Chloroacetic acid dust. Right, the dimethyl sulfoxides. What was the... So dimethyl sulfide was the other one there, so... Right, and then that will be everything we need. Right. That's the easy bit. Planning out where stuff goes. Now the next bit is sorting out all of the inputs, outputs, and where everything else goes. Okay. So, let's now at this point we now I think start from the end and work forwards. So if we start with the chloroacetic mixture. That requires... We do need a little bit of acetic anhydride. But we can... That doesn't get consumed, so we'll just make that. And we'll make a couple of buckets of that, and then we should be okay, I think. Right. Let's see. We do have ethanone, right? We do not have ethanone. Fuck. Oh, that's fine. We'll just have to do it. We'll just make a like temporary recipes for these. So the acetic anhydride needs ethanone and acetic acid. We did have acetic acid, right? Yes. Okay. And then the ethanone is just sulfuric acid and acetic acid. And we'll just put these in the LCR. I'll put the end because they are not needed after this. Right, acetic anhydride. We'll just do... If we just do 4 buckets of it, that should store this stuff temporarily for us. Right, so what else are we going to need here? This is, where are we? What are we doing here? Chloroacetic mixture. This stuff. Right, so we're going to need... The next thing is, am I going to put this on a subnetwork? I think I need to, really. Just to keep it all separated. Yeah, let's do it on a subnetwork. What's going to be our best way to do this, though? What do I keep hearing? Oh, it's the, yeah. This is actually kind of awkward. Because if we need to do anything further down here that requires the ME system, this is going to have to come across here. Do you want a dirt bike or cruiser? Which sounds more fun? You know what? I think what I'm going to do is actually... I can't really do that, though, can I? I was going to say I'll bring the thing over from here and have the start of the subnetwork here, but I can't really do that. I think I'm just going to have the subnetwork cabling, like, below the main network. Because we still need to bring the main network cabling up to power everything as well. Ah, the joys. Why did I do that? So power is probably going to be coming up just at the back of these. So I guess what the easiest way to do this is going to be is... I don't know. This is going to be really awkward, by the way, chat. So you're going to have to bear with me a little bit. And this is probably one of my biggest problems, you know, is probably, oh, hang on, I already had a bunch of these. It's probably just the fact that one of my biggest problems is the fact that I try and make everything neat and tidy and manageable, which makes sense. I like things to be kind of neat, tidy, and manageable, but it does make life a little bit more difficult. Because it means a lot more time planning. I mean, that is another consideration, yes. Wait, didn't I just request a storage bus? Did I not? I guess not. Where the hell is that going? I'm confused. Okay, I'm a little confused. I have obviously put a storage bus on something. Or an exporter on something. Probably a storage bus. I don't know where that's gone. Does anybody remember me placing any storage buses yesterday? Where the Oh, wait, no. No, that wouldn't make a difference. I was going to say, did I put something in that I forgot to filter? But that wouldn't make a difference because it would still show up. Oh, God. Yeah, I forgot to filter that. Oops. Hmm. Oops. That shouldn't have done that. That shouldn't have caused the problem we had now. But that's not great. I'm trying to think what else we did yesterday. How did I end up over here? I'm trying to think what else we did yesterday. I don't remember using any storage buses on anything else. Okay, so say I craft a piston. Am I going to get the pistons? I'm getting the pistons back. Why not the storage buses? Okay, I got that one. Well, no, I wouldn't even know what to break. They're working fine. Is this going to be one of those things that that comes back to bite me in the ass later on? Probably. Well. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. That's weird. Because it definitely completed the crafts and put them somewhere else. So the only thing I can think is that there is a storage bus somewhere, and I don't remember setting up any storage buses, that is set to insert only. Or, yeah, set to insert only. Because last time this happened, I'd screwed up on one of the storage buses on one of these, and it was just random shit piling up in an assembler. Doesn't look like that's the case this time. I don't know what happened there. I hope this isn't just like a late game kind of my ME system is starting to have issues. It shouldn't be. But we'll see. Anyway, right, what do we need to... Right, where is that, anyway? It's there, right. Trapdoor. Right, so what does this need to see? So for the chloroacetic mixture, acetic acid and chlorine gas. So you can see those. So in that case, so for this, we don't need a circuit. We need ZPM. Only need ZPM. So we're going to keep most of this like on tier, and then we'll upgrade as needed. So we give it power. We need. Oh, hang on. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 maintenance hatches. How you doing, AK? Doing good? I'm glad to hear it. And some skies too. Nice. How's that coming? How's that going? I'm going to move all these to the top, I think. Okay, so chloroacetic mixture. This just needs an import hatch. 2 import hatches, a stocking hatch and just a regular import hatch. LV one should be fine. And now what are we actually outputting from this? Literally just the chloroacetic mixture. Now, am I going to need to do storage for all this stuff? I kind of don't want to have to do storage for everything. I want to just store stuff within the reactors themselves, or within the, within the LCRs themselves. It's going to be somewhat tricky with some of these. I might... No, I think it's going to have to be fine, isn't it? Okay, right, so... The outputs are a little trickier on these. I guess I could just... We don't need to actually have that there. We could just make the other stuff we need for this available to the system. So the acetic anhydride as well. And then we can store that, that, and that. All right, no worries, quiet. Honestly, I'm very much in the same boat today. It's not going to matter. Since we've evolved, with this, it's not going to matter. With this, we're just going to have one output hatch, just like an LV output hatch. And then I'll just put a storage bus on that output hatch. And then the output from that can be picked up by an interface on wherever it needs to go. Or just picked up by wherever it needs to go. That's the plan, anyway. And that way we limit the amount we output without, like, we have stocked at any given time without having to actually have storage and emitters and stuff like that. It'll just stop once the input buffer gets full. At least that's the plan. Right, so that will take care of those. Obviously, we need to hook this up. It's going to be kind of annoying because these are going to need to be on the main ME network, and these are going to be, it needs to be on the sub network. Which is kind of irritating, but it is what it is. Right, hydrogen cyanide. Where do we need the hydrogen cyanide? It's part of the sodium cyanide, wasn't it? Yeah. So, with this... we could just make water available to the main ME system, I guess. Or we can just have an output hatch and then just void the water. Since the water's not really going to matter. But this is for hydrogen cyanide anyway, so that's for this. For this, we need to make sure methane, ammonia, and oxygen are available. This bit's actually kind of an easy bit to do, at least. Methane, ammonia, and oxygen. And we need a stocking hatch. This is... I guess we can just put... Ah, no, we still want this as a... No, that's fine. Right, that should be fine. Do we have any platinum dust is the next question. And also, what power tier do we need for this? Just HV. So we'll do this just at EV for now, because that's the lowest one we can do that we actually have an output from the power substation for. So put that there, that there. I did put the coil in between these, right? Yeah. Right, and so the actual output we want is going to be on here. So that's going to be for the hydrogen cyanide. So I've scrapped a couple of those. We're also going to need fluid voiding cover. Right, we lock that one to water. And that one to hydrogen cyanide. And that should void the water. And that will need to stock methane, ammonia, and oxygen. Okay, so that should be those ones. Then we'll need a storage bus on there, storage bus on there. We'll set those to... We'll have to set them to just extract only, but I don't think that will make too much of a difference. Okay, so from there, sodium cyanide. So sodium cyanide dust. We just need to input the hydrogen cyanide and the sodium hydroxide. Sodium hydroxide. Please tell me that's used in the cyanoacetic acid. Sorry, the chloro. Yeah, so that is used in the cyanoacetic acid. So we should... How are we going to do this? The sodium cyanide uses sodium hydroxide and the hydrogen cyanide. So actually, the hydrogen cyanide, we can actually move. We don't even need to put a storage bus on there. We can probably just move that down to there. And then have an input hatch on there. And then we'll just transfer between that using probably laser IO. That way we can limit the amount that goes into there as well. Although we're probably going to have to face that a different direction. And then that can output directly down into here for the sodium cyanide. And then we just need the sodium hydroxide in here. The sodium hydroxide we get at... Oh, that's actually kind of awkward. What I was hoping was that we could... Because we can't lock output buses to a particular thing. What I was hoping I could do was to put like an output bus here and an input bus here. And then just output the sodium hydroxide directly back into an input bus that can be used by the sodium cyanide. But since we can't lock the input and export buses to specific things, I need to have kind of a buffer there somewhere. So Let's just grab a laser for now. So if we just keep, say, like 4 buckets in there, we probably... That will keep that stocked. So then we just got to get the sodium hydroxide in there. The sodium hydroxide is going to be looping back round. And then we'll have sodium cyanide dust. We're also going to have another void cover, I guess, for the water. I'm just going to make a bunch of these. We're probably going to need a few of these. Again, I guess we do this. Just there is fine. Lock that to water. I've really got to stop putting it on that face. It's not going to help. And we'll void that. So that will void any of the water from that. Then we just got to deal with the sodium cyanide itself. The sodium cyanide goes into making the cyanoacetic acid. Which is right next door. Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm confusing myself now. The sodium cyanide goes in to make the cyanoacetic acid dust. So yeah, okay. So this output from the item output from this goes into here. So that's the only output from that item output from there, right? So what we could do is just feed the output of that directly into the input of that. This is one of the reasons why I tend not to do a huge amount of wall sharing with things, because it ends up being this complicated thing of trying to fit things into really compact spaces. And it becomes very awkward. Oh, but then that output bus can't really go there. That output bus would have to go... Where? I guess there? Because that output bus, we don't want that output bus being used by that. We only want it being used by this one. So that would output into there, and that would input into there. That would give us the... That's a fluid input hatch. That's not going to get us very far. That would input into there. So the sodium cyanide would then get pushed out of there into an input that is part of the cyanoacetic acid dust. And it will be available in there. But the problem with that is I'm going to have to move these again, aren't I? I think... These little logistical problems that I really enjoy trying to solve. So if we put the output bus there, I might make heavier use of laser nodes for this, I think. Because there's going to be multiple things that are going to have to come into multiple places. So if we put the output bus for the sodium cyanide there. I really wish we could lock these. That would make life so much easier. Right, so that'll output the sodium cyanide. We still need an input on here for the sodium hydroxides. And then an output from this. Okay, if we do... an LV output bus there, that will output the cyanoacetic acid dust and the sodium hydroxide to there. And then we could either put an input bus on the top of there, or we could put it in here for the... I think I'd prefer it here if we don't need this for anything else. But we might do. Because we do still need to be able to input the chloroacetic acid dust and the sodium cyanide into here. I actually love how complex this thing is to figure out. I have a feeling nobody else in chat does. But I'm really enjoying doing this. Okay, right, so sodium cyanide's being made in there. We're getting the hydrogen cyanide in from up there. We'll be getting the sodium hydroxide in, back in from here. That will be going into that input bus. Although we're going to have to move that so it's not facing there. Otherwise, it's going to start pulling any cards that we have inside there into itself. So we'll put the sodium hydroxide will go into there. We could arguably also put the inputs for the chloroacetic acid in there as well. Although I'm not sure I like that idea. I prefer to have them separated. So I think maybe we'll be better off having the inputs. Actually, let's do the outputs on the insides. So the outputs will go there, and then we'll put the inputs on the tops, and we can keep track of those a little easier. Do I have another input bus? I do not. Right, let's make another input bus. Or grab another input bus, I guess. Okay, so that will be inputting... This is what I mean. Every time. That will be inputting... We'll do counting filters on these as well. This will be inputting the sodium hydroxides into there, and we'll just keep it so there's like only like 16. It's not going to matter actually because the sodium hydroxide is getting looped anyway. We are working on super glue, yes. It's fun. Right, so that will take the sodium hydroxides, and then it will get output from there. And then we'll need lasers on there as well. So the output from that will be the sodium cyanides. We might need to link all of these together. We'll figure that out in a minute. Haven't got this far in any GT mod pack. This is the first I completed Monifactory, but it never had anything quite as complicated as this in it. So it's a pleasant surprise. Right, so that's taking the sodium hydroxide. That will output from there to here is going to be the input for the cyanoacetic acid. So this needs to be the chloroacetic acid dust and sodium cyanide. We'll just keep those in there. Wait, you lost your world? Wait, you've not told me this before, have you? Because that sucks. Especially after getting to ZPM. Right, this needs to be IV. This one I think we will actually speed up slightly to LUV. So that needs the energy hatch in there. We don't need any other inputs in this one, do we? I don't think. I think that's it. As much. Oh yeah, I think you mentioned these last time you were here, or one of the times you were here. A bunch of the add-ons that I'd never even heard of. That do sound incredibly interesting, actually. Right, anyway, that's the sodium cyanide. The cyanoacetic acid dust, what else needs to go in here? Hydrochloric acid and oxygen. I don't think we've got hydrochloric acid visible yet. We do not. The hydrochloric acid needs to be visible, and we need another stocking bus. So, or hatch, rather. If you hear the unnamed GATA, you're part of that. I've not heard of it. No, to be fair, I've not really been keeping up with a huge amount of GTNH-based content. In all fairness. Nice. I'm assuming you kind of like restarted on 2.8. Oh, wait, I've put that on the wrong... That was supposed to be on the cyanoacetic acid. What did we need on this one, which was for the sodium cyanide? That just needs to be really EV. Mostly add and start from 2.8 stable one. I'd love to start another run on GTNH. I really would. Not happening anytime soon, though, unfortunately. So if I was going to do it, I'd want to do it on stream. Right, so that takes care of those inputs. The chloroacetic acid dusts is actually going to be really awkward because the chloroacetic acid dust is actually coming from over here. So I guess we actually... What other outputs do we have from this? Oh, what's got chlorine as an output? Ugh. Why? Why are you being a pain in my ass? I guess I could move these over here. This over here. That wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. And thank you for the posture check. I appreciate it. Okay. So, I will say, music's... I might have to pause the music on my end soon, because it does make it very difficult for me to concentrate. Right. So the outputs are going to go from... How are we going to get the chloroacetic acid dust over here? And thank you for the hydrate as well. Like, we can do a stocking bus on there and a storage bus on there, which is what I was going to do for the chloroacetic, for some of the stuff anyway. But then we still need to deal with the output for, like, the chlorine output from this. And getting that back into the ME system. Because the chlorine doesn't need to come back into here in any way, shape, or form. Well, does, but not really. Right, you know what might be easier? We get rid of that lot. Right, so... we could just do the output there. There's only... that's the only fluid output, right? And that's just going back into the main ME system. So if we just send that straight back into the main ME system without going through the subnetwork at all, that should be fine. If we just put that there and then hook that up to that, that will send that back into the main ME system. There's only one fluid output, so it shouldn't cause any issues. We've got the inputs there, and we've got the inputs. One of the inputs there. We are still going to have to do a stocking bus as well, I think, on here for the chloroacetic acid. Can't you filter ME output bus hatch by putting in partition cells? How do you mean? I didn't know you could do that, actually. Can you do that? Like, it doesn't really matter anyway. There's only one fluid output, but I didn't realize... I didn't know you could do that. I don't think so. Let's try it. To be fair, GTNH has got some fairly... a lot of things, kind of add-ons for made specifically for GTNH. So I don't know. There's no guarantee it's going to work in this, but maybe. Because stocking buses and stocking hatches are a thing within GregTech, which is whether they still have that functionality. I don't even know. Let's try. I hadn't tried. Like I didn't know that was a thing. So if we just let's just filter that for that. My assumption is that that will only filter for those cells, and I assume that if that functionality was in here, it would be mentioned somewhere. But the only other place, in fact, there isn't anywhere else we could put it. So no, I'm assuming it's not a thing in Moni. Hold on, let me try with the output bus. Again, I don't know if it's going to matter here. No, there's no way you can put it. They're still partitioned, right? Yeah, there's nowhere where we could put it, so... yeah, unfortunately not, it seems. Or at least not in any way that I know how to do it. Jess, how's it going? It's not really a hugely big deal anyway with this in this particular situation. We shouldn't run into any issues with it, hopefully. Goes hecking good. Nice. Things are going slowly here. We're making lots of chemistry things. Polyethyl cyanoacrylate, to be precise, right now, and there is a lot of steps involved. And my brain is not working. Okay, so the chlorine's going back into there. We're outputting the sodium hydroxide and the cyanoacetic acid dust from there. That then goes into the next one over. Yeah, so that should all be fine. That should be fine. Now spell it 5 times and faster. Well, polyethyl cyanoacrylate. See, there's one thing I am quite good at is saying long words. I don't necessarily know what they mean, but I can pronounce the damn things. So, that doesn't do me a great deal of good in the grand scheme of things, but... Learned how GT automation works with pumps. Oh, the covers are so nice, aren't they? There is only one downside to covers, I find, and then there is that is that there is not a cover, at least in most GT, that can input that can transfer both items and fluids from the same cover. Did another 3 quests today. Which ones did you get done? I'm actually gonna, since these aren't actually connected, those are 2 different networks at the moment. Right. So next up, ethyl cyanoacetate, which is this shit. Which means we need ethanol, and we do need to get a couple of buckets of fluoroantimonic acid, but it doesn't get consumed, so that's fine. Where's my hole? Ethanol. All right, ethanol goes in there. I'm going to need an input bus. You can go on top of there, and you can get connected to this. And then flip around so you don't start stealing my bloody laser nodes or laser node cards. And what are we inputting in here? Cyanoacetic acid dust. Forming press machine, basic liquid solidifier, and 10 cold coke ovens, plus GC stuff to automate. You already had the ovens, you just didn't have the rest of the shopping list they had. Yeah, you end up making so many coke ovens, don't you? It very much goes against my my whole philosophy in packs, but my god, do you need a lot of fucking coke ovens. The basic extractor as well. Nice. You are definitely making progress. I did kind of stop in very, very briefly to kind of lurk. So I wanted to check out what your base was like. You've got a nice, a pretty decent-sized area. How long did that take you to dig out? Or is it all above ground? Because that is a decent chunk of space. Right, what are we making here? Ethyl cyanoacetates. So we just need to be able to input ethanol and fluoroantimonic acid. The fluoroantimonic acid. Wait, also, what do we need power-wise before I carry on and go any further? LUV. Although we're probably going to do this at ZPM. Although, yeah, we'll do it at ZPM. There's no reason not to. We should have a bunch of ZPM energy hatches. That's fine. Easy for you to say. MKD, how you doing? Gonna need another stocking hatch. I really should be getting a few other things going while we're doing this, like more Hearts of the Universe. Where the hell are my stabilized microminers? Where's my tier 6 stabilized microminer gone? Nothing's crafting right now, so it shouldn't be caught up in a craft anywhere. Fuck. That's actually really bad. Oh god, I hope that didn't go the same. Oh shit, there's gonna be a storage bus on somewhere. I think there's gonna be a storage bus on somewhere, and I think that stabilized microminer has gone in there somewhere. So I'm gonna need to find that. Oh, that's actually really not good. Fuck. I'm gonna have to do that later though, because I need to get this figured out first. But the fact that we've lost a stabilized microminer is not good. Stored a pizza and now, for some reason, want McDonald's instead. I wonder why. Originally it was an NPC village, but then the zombie nation attacked and climbed into the smeltery to kill the NPCs. They hid in. Oh Jesus. The flattened now and lighted up for, say, about 2 to 3 days. Then when you couldn't put up with the chaos in your brain anymore, dug 9 levels down and extended the walls some. Planned it all, total time was 3 to 4 days of hardcore hyperfocus and basic tools. Yeah, I can get that. Like you know that you could. Was it kind of like this, like Jess? You know that you can spend a little bit of time, make some better tools, and it'll go a little bit faster. But then that will take you away from what your focus is. And like if you're focused on something, you will not derail from that at all until it's done. I kind of get the impression it's a little bit like that for you. So that's kind of how it is for me. Yeah. So you'll go through and like you'll like in vanilla, like you'd go through with stone tools and dig out an entire like 3x3 chunk area to bedrock because that makes more sense in your head than upgrading and going out and derailing from that and going finding diamonds or whatever else. Like it's a longer route, but it makes more sense in your head. And it's just easier for you to follow in your head. I really want to know. I've really got to know where those fucking things went. I don't remember I don't even remember what we did yesterday. I know we moved a bunch of stuff from here. All these are PAM providers. Nothing should be causing any issues there. Where the hell has all this stuff gone? I am so very confused. I got no idea where it's gone. We had this same problem last time. When you think about it, especially in GTNH, it's easier and less time to grind out an area for operations than it would be grind for steel materials and tier 2 tool. Yeah, exactly. And then once you get to that stage when you can start doing those things, you don't then need to stop what you're doing. Again, you've got this all the space available and ready to use. You don't need to worry about clearing out an area before you start something. It's all there and good to go. Hey, yes, quite, absolutely. I don't know where I would have put a storage bus. I am so utterly confused where the fuck everything is. Everything we did, like over the last few days has been over here. There's nothing in any of these. I don't believe so. Hang on, let's just see. I don't believe that's in here. Oh, yes it is. Okay. For some reason I didn't think it was. Right. Let's put that over there. Right, it's not showing up anywhere over here. I don't know what kind of range that has, though. $64 blocks. Nothing there. Got no idea where it'll be. I'm so utterly confused by this. Like, there should be 3 different stabilized microminers that we have. And if something was storing them somewhere else, then they should have been... I have no idea. I am so very, very, very confused. And annoyed because those things are fucking expensive. Yes, I'm aware you're missing ingredients. Because I don't know what the fuck you've done with them. I don't know. There's no crafts currently going. None of the automated ones are doing anything. See if anything's got anything stuck in it. I assume if there was anything stuck in anywhere. Because that's my own, that's my thought is that. No, that I used them earlier today. And everything worked fine with them. Now all of a sudden they've just disappeared. I gotta admit, it's not my favorite thing. AK. They're nowhere. They're literally nowhere. I'm not fucking remaking those. It doesn't look like anything's stuck in any of these. Like there should be plenty of space for things to go. Yeah, there's plenty of space. It's not like they'd be stuck because they've got nowhere to go. And I did get the hearts of the universe. My only guess is that it's something that's screwed up with these. No. The thing is, it's not just one either. There should be 3 stabilized microminers. We've lost the tier 8 and the tier 6 somewhere. And then, like, there's something going on with my ME system just in general. I mean, because we had those issues with the storage buses earlier, where the storage buses... just disappeared. Let's double check and see if it's a power issue. We shouldn't be running into any issues with power. Like, all these are still full. No, well, there shouldn't be any issues with power anyway. That's the thing. I think this was the issue last time, though. But it didn't look like the ME controller was running out of power at all. Like, it's not running out of power at all. Are we even using much power at the moment? No, we're barely using any power. What the shit? I'm kind of pissed now. Like, I don't know. I've... Fuck's sake. I did not need this shit. Usually when stuff like this happens, I have some idea as to why it's happening. With this, I've not got a clue. Well, you won't be able to find them in the VOD, because they got sent out on a mission, on one of the missions that went through here. as they were supposed to. They completed those missions, but now they've gone missing. You literally will find nothing on the VOD. Well, you can check by all means, but you won't find anything because it's not something that we've put them somewhere. Let's just try giving this a little bit more power and see if that is the issue. It shouldn't be because we're not running out of power in the ME system, but there is a chance that that will be what it is. I don't fucking need this right now. Jesus. Well, no, that's the thing. I don't know quite. That's the problem. Like, I don't know if they've not been returned. I don't know if some craft somehow got cancelled somehow and they've just been voided somehow. Like, I don't have the faintest idea why they're missing. There should be no reason why they're missing. Yet they are. No, I appreciate that. Sorry I'm getting frustrated, but this is not the first time this has happened. Last time it was a power related issue. That was relatively easy to figure out. This time I haven't got the faintest idea. You're all good though, Quiet. So sorry if I do come across like I'm getting frustrated. It's because I'm getting frustrated, but I'm mostly getting frustrated because I don't know where they've gone. I don't know how or why they could have gone anywhere. Something's just voided them. And I need those microminers. There are things that we need to do that are going to need those microminers. I hate it when stuff like this just doesn't make any sense. Like, there's nothing here. There's nothing that we've done that could account for what's happened. Or they may well have to magically reappear, Jess, because I mean, I could recraft them, but I shouldn't have to recraft them. Right, let me just one last place I want to check. Is not there. Where are we going? Down here. Nothing's locked in those. So no, they haven't gone down there. Happy birthday, Panda. I hope you have a good one. I just, more than anything now, I just want to know where they've gone. Like, what happened with them? Like, I'm gonna cheat them back in anyway, because there's no reason they should have disappeared. But I want to know where they went. I think the thing that's making it even more confusing for me is the issues that we had earlier with those storage buses. Like, there was a brief period where we crafted stuff, it completed the craft, but the actual items never showed up. This isn't a GregTech thing. This has nothing to do with GregTech. This is an applied logistics thing. But the thing that's making it weird for me is, like I say, is the fact that when we requested the storage buses earlier, it completed the craft okay, but we never got the actual storage buses. Which tells me that one of two things happens. Either the ME system just kind of completely crapped out for a minute and anything that was going on at that point just got voided. Which would include anything that was out on microminer missions, which I have a feeling they were. Because the stabilized ones, we did have 3 of them. We had the tier 6, 7, and 8 all stabilized. I don't know why I've still got that in there. That needs to go. But there's no crafts ongoing. So what the hell happened to them? I've got no clue. I have no clue. But I am going to have to cheat them back in. I hate having to do this. I really hate having to do this. When you put so much work into something and then you have to end up cheating bits of it because it's just screwed you over. Right, the tier 6 and the 7 were the ones we were missing. No, we got the 7. The tier 6 and the tier 8 were the ones we're missing. It's not my fault, no, but it doesn't make me feel any better about it. Right, they should get... One of those should probably get sent out straight away for... Yeah, for that. Let's keep an eye on that. If they disappear again... The real issue with it is that, like, I don't know why it happened. That's what's bugging me the most. Like, if I had some indication why it happened, I could at least do something about it. But if it just keeps happening and it's something I'm doing wrong, then I don't know what to do. This is where they go. They go into here, they go out on their missions, and then we get the microminer back again. Hopefully. At least that's the way it's supposed to happen. If we do end up finding the other ones again, we'll obviously delete the ones that we got today, that we cheated in today, but hopefully we don't end up having to do that. I just really want to know where they went. Anyway, right, let's get back to where we were. If I can remember where the hell I was. Ethyl cyanoacetate is what we were working on. So we need the ethanol. We need to make a couple of buckets of fluoroantimonic acids. So we need stocking hatch. Oh, we already made the stocking hatch. Never mind. Okay, right. So we need the stocking hatch. And then we're also going to need an input hatch just to put the fluoroantimonic in. Since that's not going to get consumed. So going to bug me. Right, ethyl cyanoacetate. We're also going to need one output hatch that we can... pull the water out to and void it. And then the other one for the ethyl cyanoacetate, which then goes into the next LCR. So this is the ethyl cyanoacetate, which goes into the next LCR with formaldehyde. The formaldehyde we're making over there. But I think the way we're going to have to do this is a couple of output hatches. One there, which is going to be for the water. And then we'll do one there, which is going to be for the ethyl cyanoacetates. And then that should be able to just push straight into here to make the uncracked ethyl cyanoacrylate. Wait, did I have an input hatch already? Yeah. That will push the ethyl cyanoacrylate into there. Sorry, ethyl cyanoacetate. How about you go and get one more thing done? We're going to be going on a break soon anyway, quite. How about you get one more thing done when we go on a break? And then see how you feel after that. Right, so the other thing we need to get into here is formaldehyde, which we'll need that stocking hatch for. Wait, what's this one? Hold on. What's going in this one? That's the ethyl cyanoacetate. So that is going to be what? Ah, that's just going to be the ethanol, isn't it? Oh, wait, no. Wait. Oh, yeah. And the fluoroantimonic acid is going to go in there. That'll be the ethanol. Okay. What are we missing for? Oh, right. There we go. Right, so that's the ethyl cyanoacetate. Hey, at least I'm not being a bad influence this time and just telling you to, yeah, just sit there, do nothing. I'm trying to be a good influence here, okay? Right, and this goes to the uncracked ethyl cyanoacrylate, which takes the ethyl cyanoacetate, which we'll get from the top of there, and then this is going to have the formaldehyde. Which is going to be run from a storage bus over there. This needs, if we run this LUV. Okay, so where are the outputs for these going? What are we outputting from here? Water and the uncracked ethyl cyanoacrylates. Are we going to want to put these as... Are we going to just want a storage bus on here? I guess we just put a storage bus on here. Or have the output hatches. Yeah, have the output hatches and then storage buses on those. So that will be the main one. And then we'll just have the one for water here. And this will be the uncracked ethyl cyanoacrylate. And that should be all of that, I think. All of that side, at least. Okay, right, that's all of that bit done. So what else do we need to set up here? Let's get the dimethyl sulfide and the dimethyl sulfoxide sorted. Oh, we've also got to get the two buckets of fluoroantimonic acid as well. Would say you appreciate it, but do you really? I mean, probably not. But, you know, I've got to try. All right, so fluoroantimonic acid. We need hydrofluoric acid and 4 antimony trifluoride. I'm guessing I haven't got any. Oh, I do. I've got 15,000. No, that's antimony trioxide, not antimony trifluoride. Fuck. God damn it. Oh, so we just need that and hydrofluoric acid. 5 antimony trioxide and 6 hydrofluoric acid. 6 buckets of hydrofluoric acid. Let's just do a recipe for that as well. So antimony trifluoride. That goes in the LCR. And then that gets combined with hydrochloric acid for fluoroantimonic acid. So let's just do a recipe for the fluoroantimonic acid. We will change this one and get rid of this one afterwards, though, because we don't want to we don't really need that in there. We just literally need 2 buckets. You and your spaghetti arms are going to sit down for a while now. Both bathrooms and the kitchen vacuumed and mopped. Big bathroom also got the top of the walls. That sounds like you got a lot done. Fluoroantimonic acids. It was just 2 buckets we needed for this, right? Yeah. Where are we going? This way? Nope. Over here. And this is going in where? The ethyl cyanoacrylate. So this is going in there. And that shouldn't get used. I think we can take that and that out of there now. We only need those literally just to get that sorted out. Okay. Okay, all of my stabilized microminers have come back again this time. At least. Right, let's actually go through what was the last thing I did before they disappeared. The last thing I did before they disappeared was requesting 2 Hearts of the Universe. My tier 9 microminer is apparently... Oh, come on, another one that's gone missing? No, I think this went missing the same kind of time as before. It's not in a... What the fucking hell is going on with this? What mission would that have been sent out on? Corrupted universe data? What would that even have been sent out on? Quasi-stable neutron stars? I don't think we've done... No, we haven't done those. What would that even have been sent out on? What? Oh, right. That would have been the universe creation data one. So yeah, that would have gone missing at the same time. It was something with that mission that just messed it up. So I'm gonna have to cheat that one back in again as well. Again, if we come back, if we end up with any more than one of each of these microminers that we haven't crafted manually, we'll get rid of them. Right, we requested. I'd only ever requested one of these at a time before. We requested 2 last time. I'm curious if it's going to have the same effects. If we manage to lose all of those, I'm going to be very confused. But at least we'll know that that is what's causing it somehow. Anyway, right, where were we? We need to make the dimethyl sulfoxide. So we need... Oh, do I have hydrogen sulfide at the moment? Yes, perfect. He's getting pieces from the delivery person. I see, now I want pizza. Damn it, Guitar Lillard. Why would you do this to me? Alright, let's move that down there. And we're making dimethyl sulfide as well. Okay, so... I've lost my hole again. There it is. Okay. So, dimethyl sulfoxide and dimethyl sulfide. Dimethyl sulfide needs hydrogen sulfide and methanol, and the aluminium dust is not consumed. I've got hydrogen sulfide and methanol in there. And the dimethyl sulfoxide just needs nitrogen dioxide. All of which we have. Perfect. Okay. So, to make these, we need... I'll see if I can do them at ZPM. We're going to just do these in individual chemical reactors. So if we can get 2 ZPM chemical reactors, I bet I haven't got the recipes for those. No, of course I don't. Got LUV ones, but not ZPM. Hey, Dagon. Trying to be good with food in the minute, trying to shed a few pounds. Mine's more out of necessity than out of choice. Food is expensive these days. Right, there we go. Right, ZPM. Oh, we need 2 of them. Right. Another thing about this the heart of the universe thing, like, and losing the microminers, is it would have made more sense that this was the issue if the kind of the craft hadn't completed. I might actually have to go through the I might actually have to go through the VOD from yesterday just to see what we did and see if there was anywhere that I forgot that I used a storage bus. Because like, what did we actually do while we're waiting for these? Like, what did we actually do yesterday? We made the new stabilized microminers, and we got the activated netherite done. What was that? Was there anything in the activated netherite process that would have needed me to make a storage bus anywhere? I don't think so. So europium ingots with the bones, like nothing there. Dark Solarium was already done. We just need to make a macerator recipe. We set up the storage for these. We didn't do anything on any sub networks, did we? Microminers the little Gallagher ships. We didn't do anything on any sub networks, did we? I don't think we did. We didn't do anything over here. That's what we're working on at the moment. We also redid all of this as well, but this is all just copies of the same thing. So there's nothing here that would cause any issues. Or there shouldn't be. It's the fact that all of the microminers went missing. Hey, Quest. How's it going? And yes, I am going to keep going on about this because it's going to bug the crap out of me until I know what actually happened. But this is at least doing what it's supposed to be doing. There shouldn't have been a situation where this ran out of power. Oh. Wait, no. There's going to be... We've got a 64 amp UV dynamo hatch on here. There's no way we use more than 64 amps of UV. There's not a chance in hell. While this is running, let me go and see. It's only going up to like 10 million. $64 amps of UV is is just over 33 million. So it shouldn't be that. That shouldn't be the issue. Fuck, I've got no idea. And now this is taking forever, and I'm not sure why. It's one of those days like today started off like, well, honestly, pretty crappily. But it's just got worse. Because stuff's just breaking and I don't know why it is. Oh, it's not breaking. It's just this is doing a shitload of hot cryolobus ingots. 136 of them. Why is it making 136 cryolobus ingots? Oh, right, yeah. Yeah. Okay, we're going to be waiting a little while for that then. Never mind. It's fine. Right, let's go and get on with this. Also, we might need to check on our hydrogen situation. Make sure that is still doing okay. Anyway, right, we can't do anything with those yet. Really. We just need to be able to hook them up to what we need to. We are going to need a bunch more covered cables. Hey, Larvy. How you doing? You tired, Quest? Yeah, I can relate. Yeah, all the microminers that went missing from this mission. But the mission still completed. I'm so confused with this. It genuinely just makes no sense. Moving house tomorrow, damn. Well, I hope it goes smoothly. I guess we should probably figure out the cabling here as well. Because, like, that and that need to be on the subnetwork. Everything except the power needs to be on the subnetwork, basically. Wait, what's that outputting? Chloroacetic mixture. Oh, right. That's good. That's outputting and going to the ME system. That just needs a storage bus on it. So yeah, that needs to be hooked up to there. New PC case arrived today. Let's start buying parts each month to build a new PC. CPU and GPU will be the expensive parts. They always are. Hopefully not too expensive, though. No, come on. Really? That's in, like, the worst possible space. Okay. How am I going to do this? While still making it look not like complete garbage. I guess the only option really is just to do that. It looks horrible, though. It looks so bad. By the way, chat, I'm going to say this now. I'm pretty sure there's going to be no stream tomorrow. I think I'm going to need to take a day to just de-stress. That's good as well, isn't it? Well, once we finish Monifactory, I'm going to be taking an extended break anyway, so there's definitely going to be a break then. But I just need something at the minute to properly de-stress. Actually, I feel like this might be better. It's not going to make a difference. I was going to say this might be better if we bring the cable for this down here. I don't think that's going to make a difference, though. So that will take care of that. We are still going to have to bring this cable down and underneath here because we're still going to have to get power up to the distillation tower that will be up there. Funny you should say that. If you read the tooltip, a modern Vajra. I can't remember. I think it might have been it wasn't IC2, was it? I know it was in GTNH, but I can't remember the mod either. I never made it far enough to was it actually a GregTech one? I didn't know if the Vajra was actually from GregTech. I know it was in GTNH, but I can't remember if it was actually from GregTech. Okay, I might have made a slight mistake here. Gravisuite, okay. I made a slight mistake. Oh no, never mind. They're finished. Those are finished now. Perfect. Okay. We're good. I was just waiting around for those chemical reactors. We kind of needed them. Where are we? Completely the wrong side. Okay. Couldn't have been GregTech. Well, it could have been, but that's not the only one. As you never played GT and never will. What do you, just out of curiosity, what do you have against GregTech? Just not your kind of mod, or like is there something you particularly dislike about GregTech? Too much grind and too many microcrafts? I guess, but for me, like I don't notice that personally. For me, it's kind of it's the kind of thing like I feel like you have to approach it in the right way. Like if you approach things as you would any other Minecraft mod, you're probably going to struggle with it, and you're probably going to run into that issue. But kind of if you approach it in kind of the way it's intended, by kind of batch crafting everything as you do it, like it becomes a lot less of an issue. Like that was one of the things that put me off it initially as well. It always felt like far too faffy, for want of a better term. But the more I played with it, the more I got used to it, the more I actually enjoyed that approach. But again, like with most things, though, it's down to what you enjoy. If you don't enjoy that style of gameplay, then it's not going to be the mod for you. This makes sense. Faffy is indeed a very British term. I agree. Right, dimethyl sulfide. All right, so we need interfaces. All my interfaces have gone again as well. Yeah, things are going missing in my ME system. I made like a stack of interfaces and they've all gone. This is not the first time I've noticed this. Things have been going missing from my ME system. I hadn't really noticed massively, but I'd noticed bits and pieces here and there, but stuff's been going missing. I wish I could see at a glance like how many items were in each cell, like which cells had more than one item in. So I have a feeling there's I don't know what's going on. It's been very weird though, applied energistics in this. It has been very odd. Like, there's not even anything that uses ME interfaces as a crafting component. Storage buses, but I made like a stack of ME interfaces. All I can think of is that somewhere there was a storage bus that was attached to something, but it must have been something that I only put in recently. I.e. the last couple of streams. This is really fucking annoying, though. I don't want the end of this pack to be kind of marred by the fact that there's so many, running into so many little issues like this that may or may not be down to me. I don't know. I don't think they are because I can't see how they could be. But I also don't know what the issues, like what issues there are, so... Right, so dimethyl sulfides. We should be able to put a void cover on again and filter it for water. Right, that'll whitelist dimethyl sulfides. That's cool, V. I will keep my fingers crossed that you do. Hey, Hermit. There's still nothing that's using huge amounts of power. No more than we were using before. Really, the only thing that's changed recently is the fact that we've got the power running constantly rather than shifting off and on again. Why is the void cover not working now? What the f... Huh. Excuse me? Well, stuff's broken. What a surprise. So what are you trying to craft, and what the hell can I take out of here? I don't even know what this has been trying to craft. I guess the bathyl energy cores? But why are you not... You're supposed to be on blocking mode. What the f... Every single one of those is on blocking mode. And now you're working on blocking mode. That's why that was taking forever, at least. Okay. I'm assuming that's a whitelist. Oh, I do actually need this to be a regulator and not... Oh, no, I shouldn't need to. No, that should be fine. That should be fine. Right, dimethyl sulfoxide. We just need to put nitrogen dioxide into here. Actually, I do want to change this to a regulator. Right, that should be fine. Okay, that's fine. And that should give us dimethyl sulfoxide. And nitric oxide. I've got to do something with the nitric oxide as well then. Shit. Don't think I've got storage for that at the minute, have I? Nope. Ooh. That's potentially a bit of an annoyance. So we need to output the nitric oxide from here, but we need to leave the dimethyl sulfoxide in it. Hey, Becky. And thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate it. And the posture check. Please tell me that universal collapsal device is actually working. So that should import the nitric oxide, and then if we have a storage bus... Set that to extract only. Okay. These are both set PM. I'm just kind of expecting things to go wrong now. Like, everything's been fine up to this point, then all of a sudden they just... What is it like when you're having a bad day or something like that, somehow everything just kind of gets worse with it? Like, no matter what happens, like, things just seem to get worse. Let's see if this does what it's supposed to do. We don't need a lot of this stuff, so... Is that going to clear that before it finishes? Or do I need to put an acceleration card in there? I probably want to put an acceleration card in. I was going to say, I feel like something else is broken at this point as well. Oh no, maybe not. Maybe it is working. So that should only ever store up to 16 buckets of that. Hopefully. Hopefully it should start when it gets to that point. Okay. The MSO. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Right, okay. So that was that bit. We do need the cracking unit. We run this at... We'll do this at LUV. What coils have we got that we can use? Trinium will do. Can't imagine they're going to get used for anything else. Alright. Just dump all of those in there for now. Right, what else do we need? Maintenance hatch. Leave energy hatch. You'll feel a garlic taste. Okay. Weird bit of knowledge, but kind of cool. Alright, what do I need? What casings do we need for these? Is it these the... stainless steel? Clean stainless steel ones. Yes, oh, I need a muffler hatch as well, don't I? Has some medical uses. Right now, it's not being used for medicinal purposes. Right now, it's being used to make, well, essentially glue. Sort out hatches in a minute. Okay. So what do we need for this? Just... stocking hatch again, I guess. I'm going to need an output hatch. An LV one should be fine. Where do we want to put this? this, though. What's going on there? Formaldehyde and chloroacetic acids. So, chloroacetic acid dust is going to need a storage bus on it. What about formaldehyde? Again, just needs a storage bus on it. Can I put the water? Yeah, okay. So if we put stocking hatch there. And the output hatch there. And the energy hatch there. That should be fine. Alright. We don't need a circuit on here or anything, do we? Nope. We just need to be able to see the uncracked ethyl cyanoacrylates, which is there, and steam. That's the wrong one. And then, just to be on the safe side, we'll filter that as well. Yep, this recipe. Which, honestly, this recipe I don't think would be too bad. What's made this considerably worse is that we somehow managed to lose 3 microminers in the middle of it. And I've potentially lost more at this point because I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Wait. Oh, that's fine. Why have you stopped? Why have you stopped? Why are you... Right, I best get those fucking microminers back again. The tier 8 stabilized one's gone now. Again. What the fucking hell is going on with these microminers? That needs to come out of there, I know, for a start. I genuinely don't know what's happened. Or what keeps happening, and it's really starting to drive me up the wall. Especially since I'm trying to focus on getting this sorted out as well. At least we've got those two are still there, but I have no idea what happened to the other one. Oh, wait. Okay, now that's... Oh, that's going out... Oh, right. Okay, that's fine. No, that's all right. It was me just being impatient. That's fine. Okay, right. Let's get back to this. Okay. So... I'll be honest, it might be more than just a not streaming tomorrow, by the way. It might be a rest of the week kind of deal at this rate. Actually, let's do this under here, since that's going to be covered by a machine anyway. There have been so many weird things going on with this ME system today, though. That doesn't go there. And that needs to move. There. Yeah, there's been so many weird things going on with this ME system today that I cannot explain. The joys of endgame impact. Everything breaks for no reason. Or just for literally no reason. Even things that have worked perfectly up to now just suddenly break. Okay, what else do we need in the way of machines here? I don't know, but first of all... Formaldehyde. I don't know why I'm looking in there for formaldehyde. Just need another chemical reactor. Wait, what do we need tier-wise for that? HV? I'm just going to do that in a probably IV chemical reactor. We don't need it any higher than that, really. So formaldehyde, we'll go in there. What do we need for that? Again, just an EV electrolyzer should do. Yeah, go for it, quiet. Okay, so formaldehyde. I keep clicking on the steam. Although I do need the steam there still. Formaldehyde just needs methanol, oxygen, and silver dust. Silver dust is not consumed, so you can go in there. We just need methanol and oxygen. I'm pretty sure we've already got oxygen in here already, and methanol as well. Perfect. Please open a pen, cross/right on your to-do list and brought it over to you in such a way that the pen drew a long line across your boob. I mean, worse things can happen. Nice, Gil. Nice. I'm still missing our stabilized microminer, but I think that's, yeah, it's currently out getting neutronium for us. Okay. Regulator. And a filter. That is right for the amounts, isn't it? Yes. And then we need storage bus. Void cover. And another filter. Oh, I think... I wonder if what happened with some of this was because we've got the stabilized microminer going out to get the neutronium ingots, passively requesting it. I wonder if that caused any issues somehow with our requested craft for the hearts. It might actually be worth... I think it might actually be worth making a couple of extras, like one extra of each of the microminers. That's very much been my day as well, V. I have to admit. My day has been fucking atrocious. Did I turn that one on? Yeah. Okay. What do we run this at, Ivy? I need to go and double... I still need... Could somebody remind me in a little while that I need to go and check on our hydrogen supplies? Right, so that should stop at 16 buckets of formaldehyde. We shouldn't need to keep any more than that in stock. The other one was the... dichloro... No, that's not that one. Chloroacetic acid dust. So we need to input dichloroacetate, which we will be getting from there. I think I am going to need one extra thing on top of here as well. Right, okay, so interface. There's not going to be any other use for dichloroacetate, right? This might be something that we do need storage for, though. We'll see. We might run into issues with this. Yeah, I'm going to need another. Okay, so that's the dichloroacetate, and then that's going to deal with the trichloroacetate. I've really got to stop using signs. They're actually really frustrating to use. I'm going to have to stop doing that. Because you can't get into, like, right-click things onto the side slots. Right, shouldn't need a regulator here. Should just need a pump should be fine. Do still want filters, though. Right, I'll be importing dichloroacetates. Do I have chlorine? I've lost my hole again. Do I have chlorine in here? I do. So chlorine, any output of chlorine should go back into there. And then chloroacetic dust, acid dust. I think we had it set, that's what we had set up on here. So that should go into the LCR to make the cyanoacetic dust. Yep. Cool. And so we're just going to need a storage bus on there as well. What are you crafting now? Is that neutronium actually working? Is it actually doing something? It is. Okay, good. I think that using beeswax on a sign makes it locked. How do you mean? And where would that be? Where would that be useful? I guess that may, like, when you say locked, I guess you mean that you can't change the you can't change the text on it. Okay. I mean, I can definitely see some situations where that'd be useful. Right, so those are both EV. And kind of need a peer-to-peer on there. Okay, so that's not going to have anything going into there yet. This one is going to take, is going to get the trichloroacetate. I've still got to do something with the small piles of chloroacetic acid dust. That's going to be somewhat useful. Anyway, we've still got to deal with that. I'm going to deal with those. Okay, so... If you have an ME, if we had an output hatch on our distillation tower, but it had nowhere for it to specifically store it, it would obviously stay inside the ME output hatch, but would that be available to the rest of the ME network? Like, could I have an interface here which would have which would output the trichloroacetate? Would that be available to it if it was stuck inside an ME output bus? I actually don't know. Or ME output hatch, rather. Where are we going to put these? Right, what were we doing this setup? I guess LUV. At least for now. Ah, it's kind of awkward. Right, so for this... Where was I doing the chloroacetic? Oh yeah, that's going on an output hatch there. So yeah, we just need a stocking hatch on here for the input. That's good, quiet. That's what we need, right? Okay, so... I don't think I want ME... I think I only want an ME output hatch on one of these. But we can't lock the output hatches, can we? I don't know what comes out of which of these. Actually, let's... Ah, shit. I forgot about that as well. I've got to get power up to there too. Off? That's not good. Okay, maybe I need to move... There really isn't an elegant way to do this, is there? But then that doesn't help because that's still... Oh, it's going to look so bad. I mean, it's not awful. It could be worse. It could look worse. I mean, not much, but it could look worse. Right, now the fun part of making sure we get... Well, let's just do these one at a time. Like, so we want, if we start at this point with the chloroacetic mixture, we need ZPM for that. So that should work. That should keep going until that fills up with 16 buckets. Perfect. And we do this. I want to turn this off again. I don't want to like do any more of this just yet. We'll have to shut all of this off at some point as well. Right, so if we then bring you over to here. And make you available. You will do your thing. And give us hydrochloric acids, trichloroacetate, and dichloroacetate. The next thing I need to know is, will you become available over here? I don't think you will you? No. I had a horrible feeling that was going to happen. Okay. So they don't essentially act as a storage bus, which I kind of hoped they would. That's fine, though. That's okay. Right, we should be done with that now. Can I pick this up in fluid cells? Not from there. I guess like the only thing we can really do here is just to have a small storage drive here for just for these. Or we just have it as an output and put storage buses on them. But then we lose the little bit that we've got in here already. It's only like 2 buckets of trichloroacetate and 4 buckets of... Actually, can we... Hold on. I don't know if this is going to work or not. No, it doesn't read what's in there. So it doesn't read these as a storage device then, the interfaces. That kind of sucks. Okay. So we know that. I guess we... I think I will just use an ME drive and just have some storage cells for them. I didn't really want to do that, but... we kind of need to store it somewhere. At least the trichloroacetate and the dichloroacetate. I don't know what I'm going to do with this yet. I'm guessing those don't go in a compacting drawer. Or do they? Nope. Didn't think so. Never going to be that simple. Okay, anyway, we can turn those into chloroacetic acids. And that would go into here, I think. Yeah. Okay, so I guess we're going to have to store chloroacetic acid somewhere. Since I'm guessing there's no other use for this except for this specific recipe. Okay, all right. So if we just do 16K drives for two 16K fluid drives. I'm not going to do destruction cards for these. And we'll do 16K one of these. All right, so trichloroacetate can go in there. Trichloroacetate. And this will be dichloroacetate. Hopefully we should never need to store much of these. Right, that should have gone out to there now. Yep. And nope, not yet. There we go. That will deal with that. Now, I've got a storage bus on here at the moment, but since we're going to have to actually store this elsewhere, because we're going to be getting that from a few places, we don't need the storage bus now. I think I am going to move where we've got this, by the way. It's kind of a awkward spot. Right, the chloroacetic acid dust. Can also get stored in there. And we'll auto output to there. We can get rid of that. You can go into there, and that should now be showing up in there. Perfect. Okay. So that's that kind of sorted. We've just got to deal with this now at the moment, and I'm not sure how I want to do that. Let's do it with a packer, I guess. I guess we could probably use some form of crafter as well, but this should be fine. I think I am, however, going to move it to here just so I can access it. It would be kind of nice if you could do that. If you could just like put a machine in there to deal with an item output. I've just got to get power to that. Half an hour left on the dishwasher. Where's your whip so you can rush it? right, let's just bring that over to there. I can see this potentially running into issues. So there's a chance we might need to do some figuring out of stuff with this later. Anyway, right, that should now be fine. Right, the hydrogen cyanide. Do we just need to give this thing power, I think? And that should be all it needs. I hope. No. Okay, so hydrogen cyanide. What am I missing from this? Oh, platinum dust. Ah, shit, yeah. I need an input bus as well. Call me David. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Alive so far? How you all? Alive is good. I'm doing mostly alright. Also alive somewhat. Alright, so that should have... Yeah, that's put 4 buckets down in there, and then that should go until it gets to 16. Okay, then the sodium cyanide. We do need some sodium hydroxide in there to get it kick-started. So if we just put like 16 of those in there, that should be everything that needs. What are we making? At the minute, we are making polyethyl cyanoacrylate. Currently. Okay, so what are you still missing? Right, you've got your hydrogen... Oh, right, no, you're not missing anything. Everything's gone where it's supposed to go. I think. Yeah, so that's got the sodium cyanide in there. So we just need hydrochloric acid and oxygen, and to give that some power. Do we have hydrochloric acid and oxygen in there already? We do. Perfect. So hopefully, we should just need to give this some power. And this should be fine. Any byproducts we don't want? Nothing really. Nothing that can't just go straight back into our ME system. So the chlorine gas is going straight back into our main ME system. This is cycling back round here. Where is the output from this going? Wait, what is the output from this? That's actually a good question. Yeah, the cyanoacetic dust. The sodium hydroxide is getting fed back round into here. Here, rather. And then the cyanoacetic dust is heading to there. That then needs to be combined with ethanol, fluoroantimonic acid. Both of those should be in here already. And the fluoroantimonic acid is there. So that just needs a little bit of power. And that should be good. Perfect. Where have I got the output for this? Oh, wait. Did I not put a void cover on that? I did not put a void cover on that. Alright. Let's do a void cover. Shouldn't need to filter that since that is already filtered for water. Right, and the output for that is going straight into here with the to make the uncracked ethyl cyanoacrylate. So we just need that with the formaldehyde, which we're not making yet, I don't believe. Oh, no, we are. We just need to give it power. And then put a storage bus on here, which we've already got. That takes care of that. All of this will be stopping at this point anyway, because we've stopped this point. But I just want to make sure the whole process works as we need it to. Right, that should be... Oh yeah, we haven't made steam available, have we? Which I'm pretty sure we should have steam in our ME system. Well, I guess so, since it's just turned on. Yeah. Right, and then that is outputting the ethyl cyanoacrylate. And the ethyl cyanoacrylates... Wait, what am I missing here? Oh, right, no, that's the ethyl cyanoacrylate just goes over to the LCR, which we haven't set up yet. I haven't heard of Monifactory. What's the main focus? It's basically a somewhat expert pack based around GregTech. The whole idea is basically just working your way through the power tiers. There's a lot of kind of custom elements to it. But the main goal of the whole pack is to get to the creative chest. This thing. That's the main goal of the pack. And basically just making your way through the power tiers, using various means for generating resources and processing resources. And then eventually getting to the creative chest. Right. I think we can put you on there. Have you ever played with GregTech before? Why are you not letting me do this as a... Oh, it doesn't really matter, does it? So ethyl cyanoacrylates. Oh, yeah, we haven't got a storage bus on the thing, have we? Distilled water and dimethyl sulfoxide. Let's grab another storage bus. We'll put you on there. You should now be available in there. We need distilled water. That's also now available in there. That should be everything we need for the polyethyl sorry. Why can I never remember it? Polyethyl cyanoacrylate. That's the one. ATM is much more your speed. All the Mods is a fun pack. And honestly, All the Mods 9 as well, with GregTech in it, it's kind of a perfect place to try out GregTech. Because you get to try it out without any of the grind, really. So if you did ever feel like giving GregTech a go, All the Mods 9 is a great place to do it. As is Monifactory, actually, in fairness. Monifactory is... Or even GTNH. Because GTNH is, despite being one of the hardest mod packs and longest and kind of most kind of complete mod packs ever to be made, it's like the quest book is very, very well done. So even if you've never touched GregTech before in your life, it guides you through it really well. Right, what do we need power-wise for you? LUV? We'll do a ZPM, I guess. Right, we still haven't dealt with the output of this yet. Because I don't think we need to... I don't think we ever need to store this as actual pulp. I think pretty much anything we need to get, we can store as a... We can store it as a sheets. Because that's what I think that's what we need the most of. And then we can... Anything else we need from it, we can turn into... We can use the sheets to turn into whatever it is we need. Okay. So that's some power. That's the stocking hatches. Then we just need to deal with the output. So are we going to just use an extruder for this and turn it into sheets? I think most of what we need is going to be sheets. I think there's a few situations we need the thin sheets or the foils. Don't think there's any situations we need an ingot. Although I guess we could turn it into ingots and then use the ingots to turn into whatever, but we may as well just turn it into the sheets. Currently trying to get through Almost 10 is the first big mod pack you've played. I think after like 9 years of playing Minecraft, you've already played one. No, a lot of people still just like to stick with vanilla. They like the comfort of vanilla, which is completely understandable. It is. Vanilla is a very nice and well-rounded game, so... Right, so if we put you there, that should be everything we need. In theory. Just got to give this thing some power. And hopefully, this will be us done with this. There's going to be some teething issues, I'm sure, but... what do I need? Is that PM we've got to use? Yeah. Ta-da! Polyethyl cyanoacrylate pulp. Playing this mod pack also just made you a sugarcane farm. Sugarcane is very overpowered in this pack, especially early on. You like modded? You're just the so-called heretic that likes client-side Vanilla Plus mods? There's nothing kind of heretic-like about that. There's nothing wrong with it at all. Like, at the end of the day, you enjoy what you enjoy. Hey, Life. How you doing? Okay, right, so we need an extruder. How long would it take us in an HV extruder to extrude this into sheets? 0.15 seconds. That should be... we can't do it. We're going to have to use a EV one, aren't we? Otherwise, we can't give it power. Got a drawer to collect it, but your pipes are not sending it to your generator and furnace. What pipes are you using, Outliner? Oh, this might actually be an awkward place to put this, because I need to get power to this. So, I'm kind of feeling like we... Hold up. Let me clear all this stuff up. We don't need any of this here anymore. So if we put... I want to stop this running, basically. Let me just get rid of that for a second. Small to... do you have... Right, the GregTech pipes won't pull items into themselves on their own. You would need to either have something on the drawer pushing into it, or you would need to use a cover, like a conveyor cover, to pull from the drawer into the pipe, if that makes sense. Life with the wait, why did I not go? I'm very confused. I've just had the resub thing with the hype train starting apparently, and apparently no alerts. Okay, I replayed that and it worked. There's no sound though. What the hell? Where have my alert sounds gone? Call me David with the Prime sub as well. Thank you so much. Can we get some love and hearts in the chat? We've got a couple of people to put in the sub world now. But thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it. Okay, everything stopped working. My Stream Deck is not doing what it's supposed to be doing. It is appreciated. Both Life and Call Me Davey, what are your IGNs so we can put you onto the our currently very small sub wall for October, which honestly is understandable. I don't know, it's just one of those days, Quiet. When things start going wrong, literally everything just goes wrong. Which is again is why I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. There we go. Life next to Pete. And yours is the same. Wait, hang on. What's your IGN? I'm assuming your name's David. There we go. Yes, I'm assuming so. Like, what's your Minecraft in-game name, so we can put you in the sub wall. Assuming you want to be here, of course. Perfectly okay if you don't. Pardon them. Okay. Is that you? That's quite cool. I can't work out exactly what it is, but that's quite cool. Nice. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Wait, hang on. I need to do your Twitch name. There we go. Thank you so much. It's appreciated. All right. So, what I need to do is, I think, move that and that. And that. And now I need to make an extruder mold. It's a cat face and a bread skin in an axolotl blouse. That is a lot to unpack. I'm very curious how you came up with the idea for that as a skin. I think blouse is the word. I think, you know, I know the word blouse. I know kind of like in my head what it is, but I don't know if I could give an actual description of it. Like, I couldn't say what it was. Oh my god. All right, foil. Why do you need the foil one in order to make the plate one? I would have thought it would be the other way around. Hoodie. Ah, okay. That makes sense. I think they are very different things, but I'm not entirely sure. Alright, let's give you some power. Oh, there we go. Our first polyethyl cyanoacrylate sheets. We just need to give ourselves a... storage drive for these. Where the destruction card? Well, this was one hell of an ordeal getting into these today. And not... I feel like we would have got through the actual crafting of these things just fine if it hadn't been all the other issues. For all the other issues that we ran into. Like externally, it would have been so much quicker. I spent nearly 4 hours doing this today. Okay, so I've just realized that that's actually kind of an awkward place. We still need to get this back into the ME system. I guess we bring that across there. Plus, this is also incredibly janky. So that will go there, and then we just need to find my hole again. Put those on there. There we go. Right. So the next thing we've got to do is sort out a shutoff for this. And we'll shut this off. If we just keep, say, 1,024 of these in stock. At any given time. Right, that should be good. Now, if we just turn that back on, hopefully this works. Like in your day, we made skins of ourselves with hoodies and headphones. I've never made my own skin. The only one I've had since I started playing Minecraft like 7 odd years ago is not this one. This. I've had this skin ever since I started playing. I've never changed it. Just out of curiosity, for those who don't know already, can anybody tell who that's supposed to be? It's kind of hard to tell because it's dark now, but... Okay, let me see if I can... Oh, God. Let me see if I can get somewhere a little bit lighter. Hold on. Does anyone actually know who that skin is? Play Minecraft when you had some dying laptop you had to share with your sister. Whenever you played, you had to play Adele and whatever. She played Sims, you got to play your songs. It's not Mr. T. It's from another gaming franchise. You know, but you have been here a while. That's true life. Nobody knows? It's not, to be fair, it's not the easiest thing to tell with this skin. Skin is just me. I definitely don't look like that, I can tell you that much. All right, let me put these back on so we can actually get some light. You forget how dark the base is until you realize that, like, until you kind of don't have night vision. But yeah, it's from the Borderlands franchise. Oh, wait, what's... Oh, right, yeah, because I didn't put that back on again, did I? That's why. There we go. There we go. We are now making polyethyl cyanoacrylate sheets. I'm going to make sure the shutoff is working. Yeah. Beautiful. It's Salvador from Borderlands 2. Still one of the most fun Borderlands characters to play. I need to play more Borderlands 4. I've not had a chance for ages. Like, since the Phasmo Halloween event started, I haven't really had much time to play anything else. Right, this is not going to be super quick, but hopefully it doesn't need to be. I could upgrade this to UV. Actually, we probably should upgrade this to UV. We are going to have to keep an eye out and see if anything starts causing issues. Why is that stopped there? You got formaldehydes. Why have you stopped? Ethyl cyanoacrylates and formaldehydes. Ethyl cyanoacrylates. Formaldehydes. Why are you idling? Oh, because I haven't taken care of the water, have I? I haven't put the void cover on it. That's why. Friends loves Borderlands. Funny enough, his MCU's name. She made before discovering Borderlands as Hyperion in the middle. That is quite cool. There we go. That's better. Now, hopefully... I think I would like to upgrade this to UV, though. So let's shut that off. Let that run its course. And put a UV energy hatch in there. It's not like we haven't got the power now. There we go, right. Put you back in there. And there we go. We have crazy glue. UV, yes. Well, I can't remember if it's ultra or ultimate voltage. I can't remember. They have weird names. But starting from kind of low voltage, medium voltage, high voltage, extreme voltage, insane voltage, ludicrous voltage, 0-point matrix. I think it's ultimate voltage. Then ultimate high voltage or ultra high voltage. It probably is ultra, actually, makes more sense. Ultra high voltage, ultra extreme voltage, ultra insane voltage, and then max. It's just called max. There we go. Right, there we go. We have polyethyl cyanoacrylate sheets. Perfect. That was a fucking ordeal and a half. Do I still have all of my stabilized microminers? I do. Can I request a heart of the universe without it shitting the bed? What are you crafting? You are crafting energy modules. We might have to request those one at a time. When your Oddmods 10 services, 10 to the sky dropped. You forgot that you're so much farther behind and in turn head to the sky. Just stick with to the sky. Okay, that should be fine. I am going to have to do some playing around and try and figure out what happened to those microminers before. Because that was kind of weird. I think it is literally just the fact that today has just been a shit show from start to finish already. And it's just the world saying, screw you. Okay, I did say that we needed to check on hydrogen, and it looks like hydrogen is fine still, so. As is chlorine, fluorine, oxygen, nitrogen? I think that's nitrogen. Everything else is fine as well. Okay, cool. Right. So that was one of the really annoying end game things that we needed to make. The polyethyl cyanoacrylate sheets. Now that we've got those, next thing we're going to do, and again, I'm probably not going to be streaming tomorrow. Now that we've got those, we can start looking at making the matter circuit boards. Made the wonderful decision to eat a whole bag of hot chips, and now your stomach's upset. What did we learn, Quiet? But yes, go and take care of yourself. But yeah, this is the next thing we're going to have to work on. Math circuit boards. Hot chips is hot. I mean, yes, that is definitely a lesson to be learned there. You probably could have gathered that from before doing this, but you know, at least we've learned. But yeah, this is the next thing we're going to do. The only thing that we really haven't got sorted out at this point is just the flawless monazite. But that's easy enough to do. We've got we should have a ton of monazite dust. Yeah, we've got like 27,000 monazite dust. And then we can use the monazite dust in order to... where are we? Turn the monazite dust in an autoclave into monazite crystals, and the monazite crystals can then get put into the laser engraver, like we did with the diamonds, and turned into the flawless monazite. That should be easy enough. We get 32 of these circuit boards for each one anyway, so that's not too bad. And then from there, it's just everything we've got anyway. We've got the activated netherite we can do, crystal matrix we can do, iron chloride we can do. And then from there, we're on to, I think it's these ones are the first ones we need. No, it's not. It's the matter processors. It's onto these, which advanced SMDs are fine. All those are fine. Find the quadrilateral wire. The multi-dimensional CPU chips. This is what we need the heart of the universes for, so we can make the universe doped wafers. These make, you get 128 from each of them. Okay, so we actually aren't going to need too many of those, it seems. I would just like to have a few of them backed up. But yeah, then we've got a whole bunch of other stuff. So this is going to be the plan for probably Thursday. Is the universe balls, the multi-dimensional CPU chips, We're going to need to get the quasi-stable neutron stars as well. And then this tier of circuits. Once we've got like those sorted out, we should be fine. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here. I know I've been a little bit of a miserable asshole again today. It's been one of those days, and a lot of things just seem to randomly go wrong. But thank you all for being here and sticking with me during that. I do appreciate it. I will be back on Thursday, where we'll get a bunch of this stuff done. In the meantime, have an amazing rest of your day, everybody. I love all of your faces, and I will see you all hopefully on Thursday. Just take care of yourselves. You missed me earlier on. I was a lot worse then. It's been a rough, well, decade. Anyway, I will see you all soon. Have an amazing rest of your day, and take care of yourselves.